Item 1A, everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 1B, approval of agenda / items for discussion.
I move that the agenda for the June 17th, 2024 meeting be approved.
Support. Motion by Mrs. Coleman, support by Mrs. Shaw. Any discussion? Hearing
Yes,
no-
sorry, I'd like to move the minutes from the May 13th meeting out of the consent agenda.
That will essentially be added then as 1C2. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Gogoleski?
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel?
I just want to be clear, we're voting on pulling that out. Okay, all right, yes. I'm a yes.
And I'm a yes. That motion passes.
Can I just clarify?
Yep.
We were voting on the consent agenda items minus the minutes. So, because we don't have to vote on pulling anything out of the consent agenda. So that vote, just so everybody's clear, the vote was for everything else in the consent agenda except for the minutes.
All right, moving on to item 1C, again, pulling 1C1 out of the consent agenda.
I move that the minutes from the May 13th, 2024 regular meeting be approved.
Support. Motion by Mrs. Coleman, supported by Mrs. Shaw. Any discussion?
Yeah, so the reason for my request to remove from the consent agenda, I just thought in the notes there, under the closed session section, it stated that the session was not convened due to some board and community member concerns that needed to be reviewed. I'm sorry, it should state that. And I think it had different verbiage, basically mentioned a disruption from the community, but I just wanted to kind of get it corrected, that it was actually a decision made as a result of some community member and board member concerns that were expressed. I think when we departed the closed session room, the comment made was, I just got off the phone with our legal counsel. I don't want to represent the entire board, so we are going back into session and postpone this, and we aren't going to do anything tonight, and then we'll get a legal brief for the entire board. So again, I just wanted to further clarify the notes.
You want to add my comments, you're saying?
Just to revise the comments, correct?
From my comments from adjournment, you're saying? Correct.
From the way it is classified in there today, which is that it was due to the disruption of community members. Because I know in our notes it says clearly any community member that disrupts would be asked to leave. So I'm presuming we would have asked them to leave if it was due to a disruption.
Perhaps people should have been asked to leave because it was a circus.
I guess I think the minutes as written already kind of reflect that. It says plainly that President Glaybach made the decision to adjourn the meeting. So
I'm happy
that's-
to add in the,
But the reason is not correct, though. The reason is the fact that we had two people on the phone with attorneys trying to figure out if we were doing the right thing.
And also that there were people outside of the room that weren't part of the board and one standing inside the room. That's a disruption by people in the community.
I mean, we voted out Pierre to go into closed session, and then two community members who are running for school board followed us down the hall with their phones, stood in the open doorway with their phones on while we attempted to go into closed session. So, I mean, it's correct. They definitely disrupted our ability to conduct board business, but at the end, President Glaybach made the decision due to the legal, but they absolutely tried to not allow us to go into closed session. I mean, why, standing in an open doorway with your phones?
No, they wanted to get clarification if it was legal.
Again, we made the vote to go into closed session. So at that point, us unable to do that, that definitely was a disruption from. those
No,
two
at that
committee
point, we
It
were
was
not
speak-
sure we could.
members. Well, we actually were because we voted. So, and I know President Claybach, do you plan to speak on the fact that we did have the legal ability to do that, or is that something that was going to come later?
Yeah, I'll speak to that later.
Okay.
So if we add the comments, if we add President Glaybach's comments that you cited, I assume from a recording of
Some sort.
what went on that night, because that was sounded verbatim. So if we add those comments as further clarification, would that suffice?
I would just like to see the disruption from the community members be removed.
Even though that's what happened?
I think the official reason is because there was clarification that needed to be sought after, right? So if no one was standing outside the door, that question still would have existed, would it not? And therefore, we still may not have adjourned the closed
Question may
session.
have existed, but we would have had the door shut with just board members in a closed session. And that was not able to happen because there were community members standing in the doorway recording. What is written here is factual. The reason that we did not have a closed session is stated, that President Glaybach made the decision not to.
I'm not disputing that piece of the notes. It was the community member disruption that I felt was mischaracterized.
Do you not?
Hold on.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let's get back. So 1C technically is actually 1C234, the motion on the table. So if we could go back to that motion and then, and get that done with, and then we need to move for the minutes. So if we can just do that so we can stay in order, I would appreciate that. Motion, it was a motion by Mrs. Coleman, supported by Mrs. Shaw. Again, that's for item 1C234. Any discussion on those three items? Hearing none. Mr. Gogolewski?
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw? Yes. Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that motion passes. We're going to move the minutes out. And we'll now need a motion to accept the minutes or amend the minutes.
I motion we amend the minutes.
Support.
Can we be specific?
Yes, I'd like to amend the minutes to remove the sentence that Greg spoke of.
It sounds like there was additional verbiage that was also motioned. Are we taking that?
You don't have to include your additional verbiage, just asking to remove that particular item.
So we're not motioning to adopt the minutes, we're motioning to amend the minutes, just to be clear, so everyone, we have clear delineation. I'm sorry, motion by Mr. Gogolewski, and did I hear support? Okay,
Support.
by Mr. Keller. Again, any discussion on the motion to amend the minutes? I'm going to get a tongue twister today. Hearing none, Mr. Gogolewski, motion to simply amend the minutes, not adopt the minutes.
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw?
No.
Mrs. Coleman?
No.
Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel, sorry.
Yes.
And I'm a no, that motion does not pass. We now need to actually adopt the minutes.
So I move that the minutes from the May 13th, 2024 regular meeting be approved as presented.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, support by Mr. Costa. Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Gogolewski?
No.
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
No.
Mrs. Blondeel?
I'm a no.
All right, I'm a yes, that motion passes. Moving on to item 1D, Superintendent's Report.
Welcome, everybody. Good to have you here tonight. Quite an agenda tonight. We got a number of things to cover here. The first thing I'd like to, once again, just point out is to thank Scott Van Epps Assistant Superintendent for Personnel. Scott came to the district back in 1998 as an assistant principal at the high school. I was fortunate to work with Scott for many years as the high school principal and assistant principal collaborative team. Scott moved to central office, I believe, in 2006 as the assistant superintendent for personnel and student services. He's had much fellowship with students throughout those years, staff, and the thing that I've said before, and I'll say it again, is what Scott taught me over all these years is to always treat everybody with a human side. Humanity is absolutely essential in building a culture that we have here in Hartland. And our culture is one that is about collaboration, working together, solving our differences, and moving on. And sometimes consensus means, as he taught me very well, is we don't always agree on everything. But when we leave the room, when we're done with the conversation, it's behind us and we move forward. And Scott, for all that you've done for this district, for all that you continue to do, you're on the Rotary Club, you're on the Chamber, you're on the Optimist Club, and you do so much for this community, and your passion will be missed. And so I just want to say congratulations to you as you move into retirement. You have been a rock for this school district.
Well, Mr. Hughes, I want to thank you for that. I also want to recognize that nice tribute you made at the graduation, totally unexpected, and brought a tear to my eye. But, it's been an honor and a privilege to serve for you. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve this community. I live here 4 miles down the road. I look forward to remaining vibrantly involved in different capacities. And I'll tell you on the record, this is the first board meeting I'm not wearing a tie to, so feels good.
But he's a rebel with a cause, of course. So thank you, Scott. Next, Mr. Fitzgerald, if you could come up to the podium and bring our friends. We have 5 wonderful young people that we're going to start with our top 10. Mr. Borg, thank you. So last year we had been asked to highlight our top 10, and as I said to the students tonight, it would have been nice to be able to say, hey, come to the May meeting before school got out, but they were still competing for those top spots and still not sure who's going to be there. And that anxiety and that effort brought you here tonight. And so, Mr. Fitzgerald, if you could introduce each of our guests tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much. What an amazing honor to be top 10 in this class. Class size of about 430 seniors. The class of 2024, as I mentioned at graduation, was offered over $4,700,000 in scholarships and grants. They plan to attend 76 different schools, 11 apprenticeship programs, 4 military branches. This class has shined academically and beyond. And what I see with these, when I read their bios that were in the paper, they were all involved. Not just academically, they were involved in so many other ways, from athletics to clubs to organizations to volunteering in the community. So they went above and beyond the classroom, which is amazing. And to be top 10 in a class of this size and in a class that was so successful is truly amazing. So I want to honor them tonight. I'm going to start, it's vacation season, right? So we reached out to all 10. They were all super thankful to be invited. 5 students weren't able to attend, but I want to honor them first. We'll go alphabetical, and then I'll honor the 5 that were able to attend. First off, we had Lily Davidson, parents Nicole and Jeff Davidson. And next fall, Lily will be attending the University of Southern California to study environmental engineering. Next up, Faith Martin. Parents Holly and Paul Martin. Faith will be attending Grand Valley State University in the fall to study nursing. Next up, Holly McCracken. Parents Jennifer and Clayton McCracken. Holly is attending University of Missouri to study finance and Chinese language. Alexis Mosher. Parents Tim and Carrie Mosher. Alexis will be attending the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, to study ecology, evolution, and biodiversity. And last but not least, Joey Wagner, parents Catherine and Joe Wagner. Next fall, Joey will be attending Michigan State University's Honors College to study computer science and conduct research through his professional assistantship.
Awesome.
All right. All right. First up, Lizzie Armour, parents Tony and Lisa Armour. Come on up. Yeah. In the fall, Lizzie will be attending University of Michigan, Ann Arbor to study biomedical engineering. All right, you can stay up. You can stay up here. All right. Next up, Kate McIntyre, parents Lisa and David McIntyre. Kate will be attending Ave Maria University in Florida to play softball and study finance. Next up, Ashlyn Malka, parents Stacy and Mark Malka. Ashlyn will be attending the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor to study computer science. Next up, Bryce Saxton, parents Robert and Katarina Saxton. Bryce will be attending the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, where he will be studying psychology. And last but not least, Asher Smith, parents Ryan Smith and Lindsay Har Smith. Asher will be attending University of Michigan, Ann Arbor in the fall, where he will study data science and political science. So congratulations to our top 10.
Congratulations again, and yes, you're free to leave. You don't have to stick around. All right.
Thank you all for attending, and you should certainly be proud of your accomplishments.
Next, we have some new hires. As I let the board know, we've got a number of new hires. You have some packets, plus we have a couple new administrators on deck tonight. So let's start with James again, and Patrick, and friends. Why don't you all come up, and James, introduce our new hires at the high school, please.
Hang out here, sure. All right. All right, thanks for having us. We are introducing 3 new teacher hires and a dean of students. First off, I'm going to start with Miss Erica Gardner. Down here at the end, Erica is going to be teaching social studies for us, global studies and government. Erica joins us from Michigan State University. She is a Brighton grad, I believe, and student taught in Northville. And when I reached out to one of their assistant principals there, they said, you better hire her because she's amazing. And she showed us that in her interview. She's top notch, and we are lucky to have her. And so I'm introducing Erica Gardner. Come on up.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to teach and also to learn in the Hartland community. Thank you.
Great. All right. Next up, teaching ELA 9 and ELA 12 for us next school year is Dominic Mio. He is a Hartland grad and has children that will be starting here in the district very soon, I believe at Creekside, correct? Dominic interviewed with us about a month ago, or a little bit less than that, did an outstanding job. Our committee just was so impressed with how engaging he is and how engaging he will be for our students. Really just makes the content material and the subject matter that he's talking about come to life. Currently was teaching in a Plymouth Charter Academy, and we were lucky to scoop him up here in Hartland. He's going to be top notch for our kids. They're going to just love him. So Dominic Mio.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's been great to see new and old faces in this whole process. ELA is the best topic to teach, so I'm lucky to keep doing it here. Thank you so much.
All right. Next up, we have Connor Collins. Connor will be teaching special education for us this fall. He'll be co-teaching or team teaching ELA 12 and economics. Connor's going to do a great job for us. He's coming to us from Fowlerville schools. He has some unique experiences in his life. He is special ed and ELA certified, which is amazing. It is unique. If you're going into education, secondary education, special education with a content area certification with that is outstanding. And we are fortunate to have Connor bringing that to us in addition to his great experience. And when I reached out to his principal, how upset she was to lose him because he is a dynamic teacher over there in Fowlerville. And we're lucky to have him here joining our team in Hartland. Connor.
Thank you all for the opportunity to be here. I know I've come to a really great place and just can't wait to get started. I know it won't be long. Summer's going to be shorter this year with as early as you all start, but it's all going to be worth it. I didn't have the luxury of getting out sooner this year either, so but it'll all be worth it, and I can't wait to hit the ground running. Thank you.
All right. I do want to say before I introduce our last candidate, all four of these candidates I'm introducing today had outstanding competition that they went against. We had some great candidates that they interviewed as well, or interviewed alongside of them. So for these four to come out as being higher says something, because we really did have great applicants this year. Last but not least, we have Administrative Dean of Students hire, Mr. Patrick Borg. I had the privilege of knowing Patrick a little bit as a principal, as a coach and a dad in the community, and he is an all-star at all three. He's a phenomenal person. He comes to us with some principal experience from Huron Valley schools and Brighton schools as well. And when Patrick started talking to our committee about wanting to be on this team at Hartland High School and wanting to work hard and knowing what that means and building relationships in order to do so, the committee really enjoyed him for that. Patrick's great at seeing the big picture of supporting students, or supporting staff and students, and supporting our staff so that they can support our students, and that's what we're all about at Hartland High School. I'm blessed and privileged to introduce you to Mr. Patrick Borg.
Well, thank you. First of all, I just want to thank the board. Mr. Hughes, appreciate the opportunity. I really look forward to working with you guys and for each of you. Like James said, couldn't be more excited to work with James, work for James, JD, and Jessica on that team at Hartland High School. This was something that just kind of found me. And I think when things in life find you, they find you for the right reason. And like I said, I couldn't be happier to be here, to be coming back to Hartland. My family would be a little bit jealous because I get to come home to Hartland. We've since moved. We've moved about 7-8 years ago out of Hartland, but I get to come home to Hartland, and they get to have Hartland as an adopted home. But couldn't be happier to be here. This is a great community, and I'm really excited to be a part of this community once again, and to work hard for the students and the staff of Hartland, and to be a part of all the great things that we've got going on in this community. So thank you very much.
All right. I'll lead the way, Patrick. All right.
Crystal Brisky, if you would come up with your new hires, please.
Thank you. Okay. Well, hi, everyone. Happy summer. Yes, this is also my first time up here, so I'm excited about that. And I'm excited to also introduce you our candidates. Our first candidate is Erin Lessel. She will be teaching 5th grade math and social studies. Erin comes to us with years of experience as well in teaching. She talked a lot about, during the interview, collaboration with not only staff, but parents in the community. She touched on student success, which we know is huge in Hartland and our main goal, and the multiple ways to ensure that all students are participating and comprehending in the curriculum. That was the deal breaker. So after all the competition, this is Erin Wessel.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really excited to be a part of the Hartland community and to continue to grow in my teaching career with you guys. So thank you.
Next is Amy Tennis. Amy Tennis will be our new band director at Farm, so we are excited about that. When I started doing the music interviews, you find out, and the Lively's are here, that everybody knows everybody knows everybody. So it was very interesting because that's a lot different than just a general education teacher. Amy lives in the district. She has 2 boys in the district, a senior, going to be a senior and a sophomore. She's already active in the high school band booster organization. She helps with the football games and most recently helped with the Memorial Day pancake breakfast. Our committee was impressed with the multiple leadership roles she held in her current district, or the past district. The multiple leadership roles she held outside of the band. She is adamant to continue the positive outlook that we have on the music program in the community. And before I let her come up here, I also want to say that not only is Hartland choosing these candidates, but they are also choosing us. They both come to us with experience, and I think that says a lot.
Thank you to the board for this opportunity. I'm joining a fabulous team of Allison and Brad Lively, not to mention the students, the family members of this community, who actually, I noticed there's a group of the boosters here tonight. So I want to thank you for this. I'm very excited to be joining this team.
I know that I had put this information out to the community and to the parents of the community, but if you don't know, Mickey Cheney has retired this year, and Crystal Brisky is our new Farms Intermediate principal. So, Crystal. Ms. Frazier, if you could bring up your candidates.
Good evening, everyone. I am thrilled to introduce Laura Bosak. We are adding a section of kindergarten at Lakes this year, and Laura will be teaching kindergarten for us. She comes with a wealth of knowledge and experience. She taught for years in North Carolina, even spent some years doing a dual language kindergarten program there. We were so impressed just listening to her talk about her experiences. My kindergarten team is excited to have somebody that can come in and hit the ground running. Former administrators described her as an excellent collaborator and has very high expectations for students, which is absolutely what we are looking for at Lakes. So welcome to Laura.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to teach in Hartland schools. I'm looking forward to working with the youth here in Hartland.
Congratulations. Good to have you.
I feel like we should be handing out Eagle pins or something.
Ms. Gregory, if you could bring our new hire up for Creekside. Yep, Misty, you can come up too, because I'll introduce you. So Kate, I'll let you start with our new hire here.
All right, so we have Danielle Moran here teaching 3rd grade at Creekside. So our Creekside staff, the committee met, and as everybody's kind of shared, our candidate pool this year was fantastic. And I know decisions were tough, but they felt that Danielle here was the perfect candidate to fit in with their team. So she's taught 2 years in Pennsylvania, she lives in Brighton, is a Michigan State grad, and she'll be teaching 3rd grade, and she's got an ESL background as well. So welcome, Danielle.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I know I'm very early on in my career, and even just meeting with the team so far, I see how much opportunity I have to grow, and I can't wait to hit the ground running and really just learn from those around me. So thank you.
Congratulations. So I know Danielle has introduced herself to Mrs., right? So, all right, very good. So, Mrs. Gunn is here. This is Misty Gunn. We went through the interview process, had some great candidates. We had, like always in our process, we have board member, parents, staff, and administrative assistant, and central office staff, and Misty came out 100% on top. If you want to come up to the podium, you can, Misty. When we looked at Misty, she has what a background. She's been an instructional coach, she's been an assistant principal, she's been a principal. She's coming to us from Grass Lake, where she's been a principal for the last 2 years. When we contacted Grass Lake, there is nothing but great things to say about Misty. And seriously, I hadn't seen so many positive, really encouraging letters of recommendation, as well as when we reached out to those people that you didn't provide us information on, they could say nothing but great things about you. Misty, I know that you will help Creekside continue to move forward, and that Creekside is in really good hands with you. So welcome, Misty Gunn.
First of all, whatever they said, they lied. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really looking forward to being a part of the Hartland family and coming into Creekside and joining the staff and the students and growing and learning myself and leading amongst all of them and working as a community to just build better and be part of a family. So thank you.
Misty, come back. Yes. All of our new hires, thank you so much for choosing Hartland, and I think you said it well, Crystal. You all chose us, and we are so excited to have you. It is nothing but a pleasure when we get to sit down and meet with you and talk with you, get to know you, and we know that you will continue to do great things. And number one, take care of our children. Love them, care for them, and remember, the tough decisions really aren't very tough, because if it's good for kids, that's what we do. All right, so don't stick around. You are welcome to leave. If you want to stay, stay, but you're welcome to leave. All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, next we have our budget hearing. Rachel, I think the podium is yours on our budget hearing.
Stinker. Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I was counting. and the capital projects funds. Legally, we're not required to adopt budgets for those funds. So the information that you have there is really just that, just for informational purposes only. So jumping into our general fund revenue snapshot here for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, as well as June 30th, 2025. You can see not much change year to year, about $70.5 million each year. Also, you can see the different categories that make up our different sources of revenue, and those categories stay pretty consistent year to year, with state sources being our largest category. And that's really a function of a number of students we have times our foundation allowance, which is set by the state. In 2024, that foundation allowance number is $9,608 per student. So you can see that that number times our number of students really is what drives our overall budget in any given year. Now for 2025, the state has not released its budget yet, so we're not sure what the foundation allowance is going to be. And as you know, our pupil count doesn't take place till October. So right now this is largely an estimate, but we are using a $241 increase, which is about a 2.5% increase on the foundation allowance per student. We're also budgeting a decline of about 80 students, and that's really based on the projections that we have done by our third-party enrollment consultant at this point. But we'll true that all up when we see what actually happens after the start of the year. On the expenditure side, for 2024 compared to 2025, you'll see there's about $1.5 million dollar increase there in expenditures. Really, that's a function of fiscal year 2024 is artificially low at this point. We did have quite a few staffing vacancies this year, mostly with bus driving staff. We were short, maintenance staff, dispatching staff. We had a lot of teacher vacancies, early retirements, leaves of absence and whatnot. And so that really brings down that expenditure number, but we have to put that back in for next year since we do expect that to correct itself in 2025. We also did have some capital projects planned for 2024 that aren't going to materialize by June 30th, and so therefore we have to reduce those expenditures in 2024, and we've restored them again for 2025. And so those things in combination with inflationary adjustments, contract settlements and whatnot is what makes up that change in expenditures from year to year. Again, you can see the different categories we have that make up our different, our total expenditures, with instruction and support services to instruction being the largest categories. Again, those are pretty consistent year to year. And again, that makes sense because we are in the business of educating kids, so that's where most of the expenditures should be. If you take those same expenditures and break them up a different way, you could see that our biggest source of our expenditures are in salaries and fringe benefits, which again makes sense. Being a service-based industry, that's where bulk of our expenditures are going to be. And once again, those categories remain pretty consistent from year to year. Taking a look at our general fund balance over time. Again, fund balance is, we could think of as your savings account or what's left over after you pay the bills. Also, you see here on this orange line is our percentage, fund balance percentage to total expenditures. And that's really a common metric that we use in this business to kind of determine the overall financial health of a school district. Experts will tell you about 15% is considered financially stable, financially healthy. So you can see we are well above that, and so we are sitting in really good shape. You've heard me say for many years, year after year, really the reason why we got here is because of all of that one-time federal COVID relief dollars that we have started to receive since the 2021 fiscal year. And again, we have been very thoughtful and deliberate in how we've used that money, being careful not to add legacy costs or costs that are continue over time using those one-time dollars. You can see we are projecting a decline in fund balance over the next 3 years, and that's really, again, those one-time revenues. You can't count on them. We have a pretty good idea of where our expenditures are going to go, but every year the revenue is a question mark. So we are watching that. You know, we'll may be forced to make adjustments down the road if those one-time revenues are not replaced with something more consistent and sustainable, because you can't continue to use fund balance or dip into that savings account year after year. It's just not going to be sustainable. So another way of looking at these one-time revenues kind of drying up is what we've been kind of referring to as this funding cliff. And so the bars here show our revenue, and the gray section of each bar is what those one-time sources are in each year. You might think, well, wait a minute, I thought you said they're one-time sources. Why are they showing up in each year? Those are all different. It's different in every given year. So across this period of time, we're looking at about between 30 and 35 individual different grants that don't repeat year after year. So that makeup does shift. That yellow line being our expenditures plotted over time. And so you can see in those out years where there's that gap there, those are those years where we are dipping into the fund balance, even with some of those one-time dollars. And so since 2021 till about 23, 24, a bulk of that gray area, those one-time sources have been from federal COVID relief funding. But what we're seeing in 2024 and in the out years is that's kind of shifted a little bit more towards state categorical funding. The state's kind of gotten in the business of putting a lot of its dollars on one-time categorical sources. So we've really been pushing, I know the state superintendents have, as well as the business officials have really been pushing the legislature to focus the dollars on more consistent revenue sources like foundation, so that we can more easily plan. It's very difficult to make plans when you're guessing what kind of one-time revenue you might get that you might be able to use for your budget in the out years. So it'll be interesting to see where that shakes out over the next couple of years as our economy hopefully starts to settle down. We'll probably start seeing some more normal inflationary increases, more inflationary revenue adjustments. But as of where we sit right now, we are in very good shape. So that's all I had prepared to share with you today, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
I have a question about, you said on the out years, are you taking in consideration possible grants, or are you kind of putting those off to the side and waiting till that year to determine if there are grants available, which may change the gray?
So yes, so there are some of the grants that we get year after year. I plan that we will continue to receive some of those grants. Also, some of those, you can see those one-time, that gray area that I do have in fiscal 25 and 26 and 27, that's kind of spending down some of those one-time monies that we currently know that we have. Some have been written into the budget, the state budget for this year, that they will likely continue in the next couple years, and so those ones I have kept in. But the ones where it appears to be strictly one time, I have taken out for purposes of doing our projection.
But grants kind of pop up, right? I mean, like you can't anticipate what the grants are going to be available. Is that correct? So like in the 25, you could have, potential 5 grants that you could apply for. Is that how it works?
There's always grants available that will come up. They're not much.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. These one-time grants were huge chunks of money, which is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
The COVID.
Yeah, the COVID and now more so the shift in, if you look at the state budget, they have something like 200 different line items, all different categorical sources of funding. We don't qualify for all those items, but the hope is that they start to shrink that down and really start putting more of those dollars on the foundation, so that we have some sort of consistency, and we can make better plans in the out years.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any questions, but I just want to thank you, as always, for having the patience to walk through all my questions and answer them.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
That's what I'm here for. So, good. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rachel, and we'll come back to budget later on in the agenda. That so ends the superintendent's report.
Sorry. Moving on to item 1E, call to the public. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner, with due respect for the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comment. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes and 3 minutes total. We have a lot of folks to get through tonight, and we have a lot of board business to also get through tonight. You will be asked to step down after 3 minutes. And anyone that chooses to interrupt other speakers, please note you will be asked to leave the meeting. I will waive the card. I don't have a bright yellow envelope today, so I will waive the card when you have 30 seconds left as part of your 3 minutes. And first up, we have Carol Hall.
Good evening. After the last school board meeting, I was very curious about the case from Virginia that involved a female high school student. It was insinuated that she was attacked by a transgender student after a bathroom policy was put into place to allow students to use the bathroom of their chosen gender. Upon completing multiple research inquiries from 4 different sources, I found that she was indeed assaulted, which is awful. However, it is there that the story completely differs from the story presented at the last meeting. The facts from the trial paint a much different picture. The bathroom policy allowing trans students to use the bathroom of their choice was not put into place until 2 months after the assault. It was revealed that the students were having a consensual relationship that had met twice before in the girls' bathroom to have an encounter. It was revealed that the young man would wear a skirt to enter the bathroom prior to the bathroom policy. Both parties acknowledged that the relationship was consensual. However, the 3rd time that they met up, the young lady refused his advances. He then proceeded to assault her. This is terrible and should not have happened, but to imply that this was due to transgender students and that there was a bathroom policy in place that facilitated this assault is completely false. Please do your research before putting forth claims that are inflammatory and fear-mongering. I also researched the myth of bathroom predators. Experts from 16 states in the District of Columbia reported no issues as a result of non-discrimination protections. The experts included law enforcement, government officials, schools, and advocates. None reported incidents where predators had taken advantage of LGBTQ non-discrimination protections. A public information officer with the Baltimore Police Department called the bathroom predator talking point the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. The following states reported no incidents after the policy was instituted: Texas, Maryland, Florida, Nevada, Oregon, and Hawaii. Research from 4 universities that have inclusive policies showed no incidents of inappropriate behaviors. 23 school districts across the U.S., including 640,000 students, and none of them had experienced issues concerning inappropriate bathroom use. Let's see, I lost my place. A national coalition of 250 sexual assault domestic violence organizations stated the following: those who are pushing the proposals have claimed that these rules are necessary for public safety and to prevent sexual assault against women and children. As stated by the rape crisis centers, shelters, and other service providers who work each day to meet the needs of all survivors and reduce assaults and violence throughout society, we speak from experience and the experience that we state that these claims are false. Keep in mind as you contemplate
Carol, I need you to wrap it up.
Okay. Keep in mind that as you contemplate restricting bathroom use, that the Missouri School District recently was found guilty of barring a transgender student from using the bathroom of their chosen gender, and the school district was fined $4.7 million. Please consider the consequences as you vote on this possible bathroom policy. Thank you.
Next up, we have Julie Ohashi.
Good evening. So Sage has received a FOIA request of school board member emails that yielded 4 file boxes full of correspondence, which have provided context for the bathroom policy that's come before the board today. Through these emails, we've discovered that Mr. Keller, Mr. Gogoleski, and Ms. Blondale's attempts to normalize prejudiced attitudes towards trans student population and to exclude them, to single them out via this policy. What is clear from these emails is that there is a context of fear and prejudice that informs this bathroom policy that seeks to segregate trans students by placing an undue burden on them through bureaucratic processes that violate their 14th Amendment rights. Even though your legal team may have weighed in on it, what the ACLU emphasizes is that the rationale of this policy could be interpreted, and likely by the courts, as being illegal. This policy will harm and punish already vulnerable trans children. It will create a registry of trans kids in Hartland schools. Think about that. A registry of trans kids. How dangerous is that when that information gets into the wrong hands? Will school board members be able to access the trans registry? Are school board members a part of the eligibility process? These are huge concerns to parents. What kind of extra training will be provided to the admin tasked, as Megan stated in the last meeting, as determining the true needs of the student? What will qualify admin to be the expert in determining what a trans child's needs are? What are the written procedures used to determine if their needs are not necessary to be met? What's the safety net for the queer kids who don't have safe or supportive homes that this policy will harm the most? What's the plan to support those most vulnerable kids? Furthermore, this policy will render the district, as well as individuals on this board, financially vulnerable to punitive legal action, as well as yet more intervention from the Michigan Civil Rights Commission, further damaging the district's reputation among the wider community, and thereby threatening everything from district enrollment and revenue to residential property tax values. A Hartland parent wrote to the school board in support of inclusive bathroom policies in November, when around the time Clean Slate members were working in the back channels with a small group of anti-LGBTQ community members to rally support in this discriminatory policy. In response to this parent, Mr. Gogoleski, who has no expertise to claim in the area of child psychology, medicine, or even education, responded by comparing the transgender experience to other things, quote, self-harm, self-hatred, self-mutilation, avoiding reality, the psychological delusions of a small minority, and extremists. He drew comparisons in that November email between transgenderism and alcoholism and parental abuse. Quote, transgenderism is weaponized against religious perspectives, he claims. Ms. Blondale responded to this parent not by addressing her concerns, but by asking if she could have the parent's permission to post, quote, post this on social media to allow everybody to provide their feedback, no doubt to further inflame this small group of political supporters who have spread such rampant and dangerous misinformation on social media regarding students that Mr. Hughes was compelled to issue a cautionary response email to the board members on the matter. These are just a few of many examples we've discovered through the FOIA that clearly illustrate the motivating factors and attitudes behind this discriminatory restroom policy. It is not about safety. It is not about protecting kids. It is being driven by both implicit and explicit bias against trans children and by religious notions.
Please step down. Your 3 minutes are up.
No place in the public institution.
Your 3 minutes are up. Please. Thank you. Next, we have Laura Moore.
Hi, I'm Laura Moore. I have attended a vast majority of the meetings in the past 4 years, and my concerns, both as an alumnus, a community member, a parent, a teacher, and a labor union leader, run very deep in the meetings that I've been to. But my current concerns today are focused mostly as a union member, a leader, and a teacher. And certainly the other roles I can't check as I come up to the podium. In my more than 20 years of employment with the district up until recently, when I offered up to a group that I was employed by Hartland Consolidated Schools, the question was almost immediately, are you going to be hiring? More recently, that question has changed to, oh, I've heard, how's it going? So my response has changed from, we'll hire the best, which I still think is true, to the staff is amazing. We work together, we put together a high quality education, and our administrators support our teachers. Last meeting, President Glaibach charged the Personnel Committee with solutions for a low confidence shown in the staff survey about the board. We're happy that our concerns will be addressed, and Hartland is unique in hiring many alums and having so many employees that live within the district boundaries or bring their children via school of choice to Hartland, part of the small town feel that people still enjoy. We're happy to have the opportunity to offer feedback that's been taken seriously and is being considered. I'm looking forward to the committee report this evening and the solutions that will be implemented. It's not difficult to see from the comments what your employees are looking for. They're looking for policies that respect our professional work in the classroom. They're looking for policies and procedures that support our students even in their most difficult school moments, being that decisions that students make that unfortunately lead to discipline, or students finding themselves in difficult social situations, or students struggling with coming-of-age situations that are unique to school settings. I bet there are many people that never deal with some of the issues that we see on a daily basis. We're also looking for fierce advocacy for public education, including supporting national, state, and local policies and budgets that keep funding in public schools. And finally, we're looking to be treated with respect by all board members. What you say about our work and our students, it matters. You set a tone for our district and our upcoming school year. Your professionalism and preparedness at this meeting, or sadly a lack sometimes thereof, make a difference. Your posts on social media, your work with community organizations, your spoken and written opinions and actions in both large and small groups, they make a difference. Your respect for our professional expertise, or sadly sometimes a lack thereof, makes a difference. So we're looking forward for your solutions. We're looking forward to continuing to focus on high quality education for our students, and we're looking forward to working with you.
Next up, we have Tanya Christine.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of our queer youth who don't feel safe enough to come to these meetings anymore. I'm here to discuss the harms that the proposed discriminatory bathroom policy will cause. Studies, including recent FBI hate crime data, show the spike in anti-LGBTQ legislation and hateful political rhetoric were among the reasons LGBTQ youth contemplated suicide at over twice the rate as their classmates. Specifically, anti-LGBTQ policies in schools adds to that risk, compromising student safety and their mental well-being. These policies create a hostile environment for LGBTQ+ children, which per the ACLU of Michigan, who is consulting with parents, is ground for lawsuits. Once these kinds of political ideologies are embedded in our schools, they are no longer a safe space where kids are able to thrive and learn. Instead, they become a place where children become targets and are isolated. Because of this, marginalized families are moving away. Some are pulling their kids and placing them in nearby welcoming school districts, while others are having to go total virtual learning. The fact is, marginalized kids are actively being pushed out of Hartland schools. It happened all this past school year and will continue to. In my opinion, the truly devastating part is that Hartland has taken the bathroom policy one step further than Corona by polishing the legal end of things. However, just because it may be barely legal, it still doesn't make it right. This bathroom policy will have far-reaching effects on the trans kids who live in rural districts statewide, as they will use Hartland's bathroom policy as a template to follow. So congrats to this board. You and this district will be very well known for your exclusionary stance. Hartland's reputation will be secured as being unwelcoming and unsafe schools for any kid who isn't white and straight. This school board, under new leadership, has advanced several measures this past year that hyper-focus on LGBTQ kids. You have enacted policies that attack equal access to school spaces and activities, banned pride flags and other supportive symbols like safe space stickers, discouraging the use of accurate pronouns, etc. So what will you do next? Force staff to out students, ban books, ban curriculum, attack trans kids who want to play sports? because we all know that this is not stopping with bathrooms. As concerned parents and school staff, we apologize to the LGBTQ youth across the district and the county and promise to continue opposing these harmful policies that have no place in our
May I
schools.
please wrap it up?
Thank you.
Next up, I have Elaine Murray.
Good evening. First, in case I don't have time at the end, I just wanted to tell Mr. Hughes, you're doing a great job. Hang in there. We all know what you have to deal with, and you're doing the best you can in spite of what you have. We're sorry you have a school board determined to make your lives harder. We're sorry you have to think about policies like this when you should be thinking about prom and college and what you're going to do after you graduate. It isn't right. For those of you without supportive parents, you can't come out for fear that your home environment will become unsafe too. We see you. Just please hang in there. You are valid, you are valued. We must move away from the harmful national level political rhetoric in these meetings and start putting our energy towards the discussions that will truly help our kids reach their fullest potential. Hartland can be a place where all kids feel supported, welcomed, and respected as humans so that they can be successful in life. Every student deserves to have access to an equitable, safe school environment. It's every parent's goal to raise kids to become adults who will go on to make our society a better place. So let's start acting like it. We must pay attention and vote for the school board candidates who will be true educational leaders focused on our children and not these far-right MAGA agendas. Thank you.
I apologize, but Stephanie Miklos? Miklos, I apologize.
Just a brief introduction. I have a son in Howell schools, so but I'm a stakeholder in the community. I've lived here 26 years. I also attended Central Michigan University, and my final paper was on the high rate of suicide. This is back in 1995, so I thought by now it might be more well known, but the high rate of suicide in LGBTQ students, who don't receive the support. And if you're going to out them to parents, I find that apprehensible and vindictive and just mean-spirited and politically motivated. I don't think people like that belong on a school board, frankly. First, staff comment on the survey. While differing perspectives are natural, it's essential to approach them constructively and professionally. Unfortunately, the hostile interactions and disrespectful behavior from certain board members and their supporters are unacceptable and counterproductive to our shared goal of providing quality education. This conduct creates an unsafe work environment and administration from focusing on student learning by forcing us forcing us to address unfounded criticisms and unreasonable requests. Next, more than 30 years of my life has been spent in pursuit of becoming the absolute best teacher that I could be for the district. In that time, I have never felt unsupported by my district administrators or my colleagues. But I need to talk about our current school board and the impact it is having on the job you are paying me to do. We are running under two separate boards of education, on the one that values the work we are doing, and one that literally ran on the idea of tearing it all down under the name of clean slate, as if there was nothing worth saving. No matter how they try to dress that phrase up and explain it away, we know what they meant. We know what they meant, and their continued actions prove it. As elected officials, it is true that our board was chosen to lead the district, but they don't just represent the people who elected them. They represent the entire community, and in my case, the people that the district employs. Most importantly, they represent every single student that walks down our halls. And yet so much time is spent at our board meetings looking for ways to exclude certain students. Over the course of the last year, okay, I'll conclude right now, but this is from a teacher that works here, so I thank you.
Barbara Gazda.
Madam President, Mr. Hughes, school board members, and guests. My name is Barbara Gazda, and I am a recently retired social studies and English teacher for Hartland High School. I am speaking today after my retirement, not because I feared any retaliation from my administrative team, but because I had already been a target of social media bullying by the community, and I didn't want to go through it again. These and other instances were questioning my curriculum. Several years ago, a person who had never met me, never had a student in my class, was very obviously fed misinformation from an AP parent. Per the curriculum set by the College Board, AP students study 5 areas, including political ideology. In the ideology unit, we study the generalizations of party beliefs and take several different quizzes to see where a student might fall on the political spectrum. We then discuss the factors of political ideology: family, religion, gender, level of education, geography, etc. This is part of the AP curriculum, and yet I was vilified in social media for daring to ask political questions in a political science class. The second time was last year when I had a picture in Community Life of my AP students Zooming with a National Constitution Center scholar to review for the AP test. It was a photo from the back of the classroom, so you could only see the students' heads. What in the world could be found wrong with that? Well, I also had a flag of China in my classroom. I teach AP Comparative Government and Politics. The governments of China, Mexico, Russia, the UK, Iran, and Nigeria are studied per the College Board curriculum. But rather than thinking that it was a good thing for students to understand the world around them and the various types of government in the 94 countries, I was made out to be a communist and anti-American. Do teachers follow curriculum? Our scores show that our students do well on tests that cover curriculum. My AP scores are consistently higher than the state and global averages for getting a 3 or higher. I helped write the Michigan standards for civics in 2019, so I know what to expect. My resume includes international studies, varied job experiences prior to teaching, taking professional development with the National Constitution Center, the Bill of Rights Institute, iCivics, Hillsdale College, and the Historical Societies. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jeff Scott.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Scott. I have 3 students in the Hartland district, and I have been called many things in my life: an entrepreneur, a father, husband, volunteer, school board candidate. And now tonight, as you all heard by Secretary Shaw, she simply refers to me as a disruptive community member, as you heard about in the minutes, simply for trying to hold the board accountable for the superintendent evaluation process that each and every one of you adopted in August of 23. So let's go back to where all this started. In the spring of 23, when Mr. Costa illegally altered the superintendent evaluation process in violation of the Michigan Revised Code, making a mockery out of this body by dropping the scores of 3 duly elected sitting board members. Costa was dethroned due to his malfeasance, and President Glaybach stepped up to take charge of the superintendent process. After consulting legal counsel, the 23 evaluation was deemed unlawful and thrown out. The board immediately voted to adopt the MASB superintendent evaluation protocol and process, which will be conducted here tonight in closed session. At last month's meeting, in violation of the MASB protocol, the board voted 4-3 to go into closed session to hear the superintendent's self-evaluation. I'm holding in my hand Appendix C of the MASB evaluation tool, which all of you should have in front of you. It's page number 20 in your packet for tonight. And I'm going to read exactly what it says should happen prior to a board going into any meeting for the evaluation. Prior to a meeting, number 1, the superintendent prepares a self-evaluation, compiles evidence, and provides it to the Board of Education. That did not happen prior to last month's meeting. Number 2, the board members seek clarity as needed regarding the self-evaluation and the evidence provided. Mr. Hughes did not give you guys that information and the ability to ask questions before you went into a meeting. So, how can you vote to go into a closed session against the MASB protocol, which each and every one of you have adopted? And by the way, I did talk to MASB legal counsel last week about this, and he said none of this was explained to him when he was asked to wade in. So I'm sure you're going to give us a reason why you could have gone in and just decided not to. But the bottom line is you figured out a way to do it without it. It was against protocol, and yet you're going to stand here and call me and other people who try to hold you accountable disruptive community members. Well, guess what? We will continue to hold you accountable for your actions and make sure that the number one goal, the number one job of the board to conduct the superintendent evaluation is done properly and according to protocol. Thank you.
Next up, I just have, it says Kelly.
Good evening. My name is Kelly, and I am just here to speak on behalf of some of the teachers here. I don't think everyone is aware of the 2023-24 Hartland Consolidated School Staff Survey, where these important stakeholders had a chance to weigh in on what leadership is and isn't working within the district. Half of the comments written on that survey revealed rampant teacher dissatisfaction, specifically citing the clean slate board members Gogolewski, Blondeel, and Keller. Not one comment was in support of these 3 board members. Some teachers are scared to speak out, but they are the heart of these schools, and their words deserve to be read into public record. First comment. Since Glenn Gogolewski, Michelle Blondeel, and Greg Keller came on board, it has been a struggle to say the least. They know very little about how educating students works, and often bring politics and personal views into the educational setting, which has made it a lot tougher to do the work. They are much more stuck on bringing societal issues into the school than providing a well-rounded education to our youth. Next, I am a member of this community along with being a teacher here, and the negativity that has been revolving around our schools over the last few years is upsetting. That is why I specifically am questioning sending my own children to this school district. Next, there are a few members, Glenn Gogolewski, Michelle Blondeel, and Greg Keller, who seem to treat the board position as a pulpit for their political and religious views. They do not seem to understand the educational realm and seem to have little interest in doing so. Their continued harassment and questioning of the district makes it hard to do the work the district employees are here to do, which is educate kids. Next, I have grave concerns about the competence of some of our board members and their lack of empathy or understanding toward the needs of all students. Next, the past few years have been really difficult to be a teacher in Hartland. The ridiculous actions by the school board in public meetings has been an embarrassment. They are focusing on problems that don't exist instead of seeing the issues we need to deal with. Next, the social media posts of Mr. Gogolewski are concerning at the very least, and while it is his personal page, the threatening tone of some posts is dangerously close to creating an unsafe and hostile work environment. Ms. Blondeel explaining how much time she doesn't have is maddening. We're all busy after all. If I acted in my classroom the way board members do in meetings, unprepared, barking out of turn, snide and rude comments, and not looking for progress, I would be fired, and rightfully so. Next, When my own children graduate from Hartland, I will seek employment elsewhere if these trends continue. Hartland has, is, and will continue to lose good teachers directly because of current Board of Education members Gogolewski and Blondeel. Thank you.
Next, I have Terry P.
Good evening. The following is a continuation of the 2023-2024 Hartland staff comments. First comment, the 3 new board members only want to cause trouble. The old board was always so supportive of the district and involved. These 3 don't seem to know how great the district is, or they wouldn't keep attacking the great employees that we have. Next, with the addition of extremists on our school board and the real possibility of them having voting power come November, if I had any length of time left in my career, I would be seeking a teaching position in a different school district. Next, I'm concerned with the efforts of some of the board members to manipulate situations and the narrative to fit their own political agenda. I cannot say this strongly enough, that school boards are supposed to be nonpartisan and represent the interest of all students, and that is currently not the way it feels. Next, after 19 years as a teacher in the district, it is unfortunate to see the climate change regarding the perception and value of teachers. It is discouraging to see seasoned educators resign from their positions because they have become targets of unfounded school board and parent attacks. Next, as for the board, it's hard to feel supported when teachers are constantly attacked and criticized during board meetings. Morale is low. Next, the 3 board members, Gogolewski, Blondeel, and Keller, definitely have their own political agenda, and it is not focused on what is best for all kids. They have turned our board meetings into a circus of politics and do not support or value teachers. They say they can say they do, but actions speak louder than words. Next, the 3 board members, Gogolewski, Keller, and Blondeel, are not supportive of teachers or public education for all students. I do not feel supported by the school board with the divisiveness and unnecessary drama and attention these 3 board members have brought to our community. Next, there are 3 board members who aim to stir the pot and cause tension. These board members also use their position to undermine the work we do and plant seeds of distrust. Blondeel, Gogolewski, and Keller are creating a really divisive community that does not focus on helping all students. They do not understand the work we do day to day and focus on issues that are not even happening in our schools. Next, I do not feel that all current members of the school board are truly invested in supporting Hartland students, marginalized students in particular. School board meetings often do not address the real issues that students and staff are facing. Next, I am disappointed with the insensitivity of 3 board members, Glenn, Greg, and Michelle.
Next up, I have Shannon Hall.
My sign holders went on strike, so. So my name's Shannon Hill, and while I don't actually live in the district right now, I did actually go to Hartland schools from kindergarten through 9th grade. I have Mr. Hughes as a principal. I now live in Pinckney with my kids, and I'm here today representing the Livingston County Community Alliance and the Livingston Prevention Project. So our goal is to prevent teen substance abuse here in Livingston County. I'm sure that many of you know that vaping is becoming a problem, and that back in 2022, more than 2.5 million youth across the United States reported vaping use. In Livingston County alone, in the 2017 to 2018 MyFi survey, 1,228 Livingston County high school juniors reported vaping use within the last 30 days. We know that this is due to a lack of knowledge on the students' part, the parents' part, and the school's part. And we have a solution to that, which is programs that are offered specifically by Karen Bergbauer and Associates, which you guys might be familiar with. However,
they are grant funded. And in order to get grant funding, we have to have data. And the MyFi survey has been shut down by every school district in this county, which is our primary source of data for these programs. So we have to work with you guys to get more education because things are getting worse. Vapes are now containing things like fentanyl, THC, psilocybins, which are commonly found in shrooms. And there's no way for you guys to know this unless you're testing every single vape that's being confiscated. So we have got to keep these programs in the school. So we want to work with you guys to find a way to get this data collected, even if it's not from the MyFi survey, because the safety and the long-term success of the youth in this community depends on making healthy lifestyle behaviors. So that's all I had. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Erin Dennis.
Erin Dennis, Hartland teacher since 2003, 20 years of the highest level of effectiveness rating that you can receive on my evaluations. So I am around and kind of know what I'm doing. I doubt that I'm going to be able to change anybody's mind tonight. So I'm not going to go from that perspective. Instead, what I'm going to do is offer some boots on the ground perspective of what I see every day and maybe do a little speaking for people that are too afraid to speak for themselves. I want to remind you of an email that I sent to all of you a couple of months ago where I talked about what public education is. So every year I'm given a roster of kids. They come from a variety of backgrounds, different experiences, different needs, different abilities. The beauty of working in public education is that we take everybody. It doesn't matter what your race is, what your religion is, what your sexuality, your family's politics, your gender, your academic ability, your educational plan, your medical conditions, your financial standing. We take all of that and we figure out a way to work for you and to help you to be successful. Public schools are for building up, not for tearing down. And that is a theme that I keep hearing come up tonight in the call to the public. The students that I work with here have a lot of things in common, but one of the main ones is that they are used to having people look down on them for a variety of reasons. A lot of my students made the choice to come to school here because they wanted to feel more accepted or at least rejected less. That's kind of sad that they had to go to a different school to feel like they were welcomed. And when I look at my virtual students, there are far too many of them who see their in-school experiences being so bad that a better choice is to go home, sit in your room alone, teach yourself calculus and physics, and just try to get by. We have to do better for those kids. Please don't think that this is any weakness on the part of my students. I don't have straight kids coming to me telling me that they're being bullied for being straight. I don't have white kids coming to me and telling me that they're being bullied for being white. I don't have Christian kids coming to me and telling me that they're being bullied for their religion. Bullying doesn't work that way. I want to talk about the fact that this is the second year in a row where we have taken a specific subset of our students, the LGBTQ community, and during Pride Month, we've looked at policy and procedures that directly affects them. We need these kids to feel that they're not broken, that there's nothing wrong with them, and to show them that they deserve to walk these halls with the same ease that every other student does when they come into our schools. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Tristan Baird.
Hello, my name is Tristan Baird. I am 11 and I'm at 6th grade at Farms Intermediate School. I will now get started. The last day of school, one of my teachers wore a political shirt promoting candidates running for the Hartland School Board against my mom. It affected me by making me feel uncomfortable, and I did not want to talk to her for the rest of the day. I am politely asking for the board next time to ensure these rules stay and to make it so no teacher will wear a political shirt again, and not to make any other kid feel uncomfortable. My mom did bring this up to Mr. Hughes, but still I have not received any sort of apology for what happened. Thank you, Hartland School Board members, for listening to my incident.
Kelly Keller.
It was my understanding that tonight there would be a group of people reading staff comments from a recent survey that paint newly elected board members in a negative light. The negative comments focus largely on claims of political and social agendas of these board members. For background, this is supposedly an anonymous survey, which 279 of about 500 staff responded. Of those 279 that responded, 88 provided specific comments. While it's impossible for the public to know if some of the comments were made by the same person in duplicate, after reading them, what is clear is that this is a coordinated effort by a small group of staff that were upset by the passing of Policy 8805, which requires the removal of stickers and flags in classrooms that promote social and sexual agendas. The coordination of these negative comments being publicly read tonight was done by a Livingston County hate group known as SAGE. This group pushes social and sexual agendas onto our children. After gathering more information from other HCS staff, I have learned that there's a definite fear and firm belief that the survey is not anonymous. There is fear that if any comments are raised that do not align or agree with the ideas of Mr. Hughes, there will be retaliation. This also explains the anomaly that there was not even one positive comment about these newly elected board members. There is true fear of administration retaliation. Given I only have 3 minutes, I will share just a select few of the excerpts and comments from HCS staff that have been gathered outside of the staff survey. Comment 1. I'm appreciative of board members who ask questions and actually try to get things done to make our workplace safer. Gogleski, Keller, and Blondeel were instrumental in onboarding the safety officers, which have been a great asset to our schools. Unfortunately, the reality is that the 3 members work so hard to be shot down in any idea of change just because of who they are and not because what they're trying to accomplish. Teachers and staff are afraid of speaking up and filling out surveys for fear of retaliation, loss of hours, or pay. Comment 2, the survey is never anonymous. Comment 3, why would I fill out a survey on how things are going when it's not anonymous and is tracked back to my email? How about going old school and providing paper copies for all to fill out? Now that is truly anonymous. No way I'm having that tracked back to me. By the way, I really like how Glenn, Greg, and Michelle seem to question Chuck. It seems others just sit there and have nothing to contribute. Comment 4. Interesting reading the results of the survey that was sent out. I may only be a bus driver, but I can smell it when something is up. Why is the superintendent, as well as his puppet, Shaw, Costa, and Coleman, so afraid of being transparent? I like how Gogleski backs everything up with facts and is quite loud when asking for the truth. Keller actually stands up, presents papers with facts to Chuck. Blondeel is nice, but also does not back down. That is why they were elected, to bring out the truth. They have done a good job. The question I have here is, why are Chuck and his puppet so afraid of the truth? What are they hiding? In closing, please think about why there was not one person willing to say anything positive about the newly elected board members that the community elected. Don't forget, thousands of votes, even teachers. This should speak volumes for the fear of this survey and changes required in the future.
Tiffany Baird.
Hello, my name's Tiffany Baird, and I am a candidate for the Hartland School Board. First, I'd like to address the incident my son Tristan talked about that occurred on the last day of school, where he felt uncomfortable and upset when his teacher wore a shirt endorsing candidates running against me. I did reach out to Mr. Hughes, and he agreed that it is completely inappropriate for a teacher to display any kind of political support in the classroom. He assured me that he would address this issue with his staff and take appropriate actions. Thank you. The reason I decided to run for this school board position is simple. I care deeply about our children, our teachers, and the future of our community. As a parent, I've experienced firsthand the challenges within our school district. I've also seen the issues that have gone unaddressed for far too long, and I believe it's time for a change. Over the past few years, I have worked tirelessly to improve our schools, from enhancing the integrated pest management program to ensuring the removal of contaminated materials at Village Elementary. I have tackled significant problems. I have addressed safety procedure violations, ensured proper radon testing, and resolved concerns with our asbestos management program. My focus has been on making our facilities safe and providing parents with the information they deserve. I am running for this position to continue to work and to be a strong advocate for our teachers. It is upsetting to see our dedicated educators being undervalued. Some teachers are being told they cannot earn any more money and should not be in childcare to make money. In fact, a recent newsletter stated, "Childcare is not in the business to get into to make much money." Hartland teachers can earn more at Panda Express, some of them, than they can as a 25-plus year employee here at Hartland. This is just unacceptable. The Great Start program offers free preschool and takes free preschool, but decreases our teachers' pay. If we do not, sorry, I lost my spot. If our teachers do not take that pay cut, they could be forced to lose their jobs. This is a disgraceful way to treat our educators. Additionally, it is being said that fundraising money at the preschool is being used to compensate wages. Yet Chuck had told me that those funds go towards special treats and things. So which is it? These teachers I have spoken to have shared with me that they did not participate in the staff survey because they are in fear of losing their jobs. They do not trust the administration and they know that it is not truly anonymous. Fiscal responsibility is another key aspect of my campaign. Where are our tax dollars going? It is infuriating that this board approved 2 brand new work trucks with less than 40,000 miles on them, yet when our teachers request funds for supplies totaling under $50 for finger paints, they are denied and have to pay out of their own pockets. It is outrageous that certain teachers who have dedicated over 25 years in Hartland are only paid 14-something an hour. Our district's resources must be managed wisely to ensure that every dollar spent directly benefits our students and teachers. I will continue to fight for our teachers and to get the support and compensation they deserve and to create a safe and supportive environment for students to learn and grow. Together, we can create a school environment where every child has the opportunity to
Wrap it up,
thrive
Ms. Baird.
and where teachers are supported and valued. Thank you.
Next up, we have Holly Naylor.
Hello, I'm Holly Naylor. I'm a taxpayer, a voter, and a parent to 3 children currently in Hartland schools. Is everyone in this room aware that being on the Hartland Consolidated School Board is a nonpartisan position? The Oxford Dictionary says that being nonpartisan is not biased or partisan, especially towards any particular political group. Merriam-Webster says it is being free from party affiliation, bias, or designation. It means that those elected to our school board should not represent a specific political party or group. We do not have Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, or any other party designation on the ballot for these roles. Instead, you are all elected to represent all of us. It is very difficult to honor your own personal values and opinions and at the same time be a nonpartisan representative, especially during these extremely divisive times. It takes maturity, humility, and discernment. It takes thoughtfulness and intentional decision-making in how you represent yourself in the community. I am not talking about restricting free speech rights of elected officials. Everyone in this country is free to speak their opinion as loudly as they want. But I was raised to know that just because you can doesn't mean you should. Like, maybe you should not run for an openly partisan party delegate position while also serving as or running for a nonpartisan school board role. It makes it hard to trust that you can be fair, balanced, and nonpartisan in that case. There are almost 3,500 families currently enrolled in Hartland schools. Board members who speak in derogatory terms about those who vote differently from them need to recognize that 35 to 40% of people in Hartland did not vote like you in 2022. When you trash talk from your seat at the table or use your microphone out in the community, you are insulting around 1,200 people that you represent. You are making it crystal clear that the opinion of a third of Hartland school parents just doesn't matter to you. What does nonpartisan mean? It means that you are willing and capable of working with a team, including people's whose opinions do not align with yours. Nonpartisan means that you can ask hard questions and have difficult discussions in a respectful manner that shows you want to figure out a solution that works for more than one group, not just for the people who applaud your every gotcha moment. Nonpartisan means that when you sit in that chair, you do your best to represent all of us. If you are not able to leave your ego at the door and humble yourself enough to be open to serving the needs of more than one group, this is not the job for you. Stick to running for a partisan role. Thank you.
Dave Van Aller.
Dave Van Acker.
Van Acker. That was
Hopefully I do better with the microphone this time. I'm repeating a little bit of past ground to clarify some things and help people out. And I'll just start with, again, as I've said, Section 1, Article 8. Encouragement of education, religion, morality, knowledge being necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind, schools' means of education shall forever be encouraged. I'd add to that tonight, since we included religion in there, I'll add some more to that, and we'll go to other topics later. This is from Hosea. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I will reject you from serving as my priests. Since you have forgotten the law of your God, I will also forget your sons. The important mission of educating people. It's very critical for us to know as much truth as we can. Don't have time to discuss truth tonight, but there's my religious comment. So I brought this picture in last meeting, got a little excitement for some people. It was to illustrate a point. It was not anything anybody's running around posting on the walls undermining your school. It got a reaction, as I hoped that it would. But this picture that I posted last time was at your pool for over 2 years in the entrance of your school. So I'm clarifying what I said before to make sure that everybody understands, because we're talking about branding here. I want your school to do well, so you need to know or encourage your employees to brand properly. This is what has replaced it now as your new club swimming program. The Hurricanes were your product, and now you are Penguins. Or at least a penguin hurricane. I don't know what that actually is. This is an article that was posted in your community life promoting the new swim program. If you look on here, you'll see 3 references to Hartland and 9 to Huron Valley and the team that's come in here and is operating our program now. You'll see in the practice that they're operating that there are going to be 9 references just on the first page to Penguins in Huron Valley, 2 to Huron Valley, 1 to Hartland, and only 1 to our program. So they're promoting their stuff over ours as far as I can see. The website where the kids go to, I'll make this as fast as I can. First page, it's a Hurricane Penguin. You've got 4 references to Hartland or Hurricanes, 15 to Penguins. You've got shirts with penguins. You've got penguins on in front of Hurricanes. Penguins, 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 penguins. Same page, reference to Huron Valley. Penguins, 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 penguins. 1 for Hurricanes, 19 for Milford. Last one, and I will go, because we're almost out of time. We are out of time. 30 for Penguins, 11 for Hartland, representing Hartland as one of their practice locations. The Penguins have 6, and we are one of their 6 now. We no longer are our own program. Thank you.
Next up, I just have a card that says Julie. Is there just a Julie in here? Nope, moving on. I'm not done. Barb, you're next. You're next. No, I wasn't done.
Got to see him.
Thank you again for letting me speak. For a well-rounded education, it is our God-given duty to teach children the true founding of this republic, not a democracy, this republic's biblical principles, but not pushing to be a nationalist Christian nation that some purport conservatives are trying to do, which is totally unscriptural. Based on a biblical worldview and free will, children will be prepared to choose their path as an adult and well-informed citizen of these United States as the founding fathers of the Constitution encouraged, of which we are greatly lacking in this current culture. Proverbs 22:6, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is older, he will not depart from it, but will remember. Setting June as Pride Month and all that entails in today's sinful, rebellious culture is blasphemy and an abomination against God, the creator of the universe. It's interesting that God's inspired word knew these things were going to happen. History does repeat itself. I will remind you about the true meaning of the rainbow of God when he made a covenant with man, and the token is his rainbow in the heaven, which I did last year. Genesis 9:13 through 17. I set my bow, rainbow, in the cloud, and it shall be a token or a sign of a covenant or solemn pledge between me and the earth. And it shall be that when I bring clouds over the earth and the bow is seen in the clouds, I will earnestly remember my covenant or solemn pledge, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. Warning, Proverbs 16:18. Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Mark 10:6 through 9. But from the beginning of creation, God made them male and female. God never makes a mistake. He's perfect. He's Almighty God. Psalm 119:9. How shall a young person keep their way? By taking heed and keeping watch on themselves, according to God's word, conforming his life to it. Jesus said not to forbid the children to come to him. Have I become your enemy, me, because I tell you God's truth? Satan is your enemy. Reject him and turn your heart towards Jesus to be saved. This is a quote from the Netherlands resistance during World War II of Christians. As the will of the students go, so goes the will of the nation, and look where we are at. Teachers are not vetted to see if they have been brainwashed by American-hating professors who will turn and indoctrinate the children. We vet our candidates to vote for, or at the least we should, but we must vet those who teach our children. Thank you very much.
Alrighty. Moving on to item 1F, Committee and Building Reports. Mr. Gogoleski, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Fitzgerald for making me part of the process for looking at a new Dean of Students. That was very good to work with the team. I like that a lot. And I also want to say a big happy congratulations to all those 24 graduates who are probably not even remotely listening or care to listen to a board meeting, but congratulations anyway. I do want to talk about a personnel committee meeting that we did have about a week and a half ago. And a lot of the things that were discussed at the call to public were brought up in that meeting. And what I find really interesting is that you can have so many people supposedly upset with three individuals and talk about that repeatedly. One, not citing one incident. Two, never mentioning any one particular person, but naming the three. It kind of reeks of being laid out and having an agenda. And to hear some people come up to the microphone and accuse people of having a political agenda while they wear their social cause du jour shirts, well, I'll tell you, it loses a lot of punch when you come up here and complain. So with that, I have nothing else to say.
Mrs. Shaw?
Nothing for me.
Mrs. Coleman, sorry.
Yeah, so obviously there were no building reports to share since our last meeting, but I do appreciate being part of that process last year, and I hope in at least some form we'll be able to continue that. The next Senior Center Advisory Council meeting will be July 10th, so I'll be able to share some more information about that at the next meeting. And I don't have too much to add from the Personnel Committee meeting that Mr. Gogoleski referred to, but obviously, as everyone knows, the committee was asked to come together by President Glaybach to discuss and review the results of the staff survey and to try to determine how to address the concerns expressed in the staff comments, obviously particularly those regarding the current climate of the school board. In an attempt to try to foster a better understanding of opposing viewpoints, in turn, demonstrating a willingness to work together for the betterment of the district, it was agreed that we would, in small groups, get together prior to each board meeting to discuss the topics on the next board agenda, topics covered in committees, et cetera, in an attempt to better understand each other's perspective. So obviously with Open Meetings Act, we can't get together in groups of more than 4 unless it's an open meeting. So we will attempt to, on an ad hoc basis, whoever is interested, get together, set up times to meet for coffee or something in person. We all agreed that getting together in person would be better than trying to do a Zoom or something. And we'll try to begin to bridge that gap and hopefully foster some type of better environment here at the board table that will eventually trickle down and hopefully be felt by our staff. It's a small step, but it's the first one that we have all agreed on as a step in that direction to address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Costa?
Thanks, Mrs. Glaybach. Yeah, so I also was part of the personnel meeting, and obviously the minutes are available for the public to see. It is true we did have conversation around trying to get other board members to talk to one another, which some of us do already. We have conversation with our administration. I don't know if it's going to help. Again, the goal was to kind of try to figure out what's going on with our staff and why they're so upset. And quite frankly, I don't have a solution to it. One of the comments in made during the meeting was they don't care. They don't care about the comments. So I find it disheartening. I wish I had more for you on the personnel meeting. I encourage you to look at the minutes. For our finance meeting, because I had that this month, Rachel, I know you already spoke about our budget. I'm so grateful that we have you. You look at all these other districts around that are in financial peril, and that is not the case here in Hartland. So I thought the finance meeting was great. We're in a great spot with our fund equity balance. And then lastly, we did have a safety committee meeting, and I know Mr. Keller was there as well. Great news about Village Elementary. There was no issue with our water, our air, our soil. The experts came through and made that crystal clear to all of us, so let the public be assured that there is absolutely nothing wrong at Village. It was great to hear the experts say that. We all sat around and got to ask great questions, and I'm just really excited to talk about that. And I know those minutes, Mr. Hughes, are coming out shortly to the public. He's nodding his head. And with that, I'm all set.
Mr. Keller?
All right, thank you. I also did not have a building report, but we will be reinstating hopefully that for the future. So expect an email from me next week asking for your requests for specific buildings. And I guess if there's any specific changes, I know Mr. Hughes was able to get some feedback from the staff. So thank you to the staff for those of you that shared your feedback and thoughts. But I do think it was a good program and looking forward to a new rotation next year. Safety committee, again, Mr. Costa touched on the safety meeting that we had. I appreciate the outside Eagle and Nova coming into our meeting to have kind of a third party review of the situation, and looking forward to future activities surrounding the closures of of those reports. I think the notes came out just prior to the tonight's meeting. I haven't had a chance to review them, but I'll certainly follow up with any questions. So thank you, Mr. Hughes, for getting that out. Also want to echo Mr. Costa's comments regarding the budgets. I know personally that putting budgets together is very time consuming. It's an art. It takes a lot of educated guesses, and I know Rachel does a great job of, trying to take in all the various buckets of information that we get in uncertainty. So congratulations to Rachel for completing that monumental task again. And then lastly, Personnel Committee, I did not attend, but Mr. Gogolewski attended for me. I did read the notes, and thank you to the 3 members for your discussions in those meetings. Look forward to having the smaller group sessions to try to brainstorm on future activities around the survey results. And that's all for me.
Mrs. Blundell.
I did not have any committee meetings, so I have nothing to report out on.
Thank you. And just a couple of things from me. Thank you to the Creekside team for involving me in your process to hire a new principal. Much like Mr. Gogolewski, Creekside was my assignment this past year through that new program that Mr. Keller led, and it was really, it was good to hear the staff and staff's feedback in a different way. And so it was a very thorough process. Thank you to Kate for leading that process. And I'm pretty confident. I happen to know the president of the school board and what she's coming from, and I got several text messages about how awesome of an individual we're getting. So they were a little jealous of us, I'm certain. Just to add for the rest of the board, before I hit that, Safety Committee, thank you to Eagle and Nova for coming together. There was consensus. There wasn't really any disparate comments about the safety of Village or the safety of the environment around Village, quite frankly. They were able to review some previous things with us that occurred back in the 90s and some processes that occurred up until today, really. And so they were pretty confident that we would be able to close that out within the school year. There's a lengthy process in reporting features that need to be accomplished. And I would hope that the Safety Committee would continue to potentially add that as one of their board goals for coming up. To the board, please give me any committee changes that you are requesting by July 8th so that for our organizational meeting, we can go into the new school year with any changes or send me along ones that you might enjoy sitting on so that we can keep you there and then be a little bit more deliberate moving forward. All righty. All right. Item 2A, 2024-25 Parent-Student Handbooks.
Before I read the motion, I just want to say that due to the number of the suggested edits that were submitted to President Glaibach prior to the meeting and the timing of some of those edits coming in and being able to assimilate everything, I'm going to read an alternate motion. I move that the Board of Education postpone agenda item 2A, 2024-2025 Parent-Student Handbooks until the July board meeting, and that any further edits are submitted to President Glaibach no later than Monday, July 8th, so that they may all be incorporated into the motion for discussion and vote at that meeting.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, support by Mrs. Blondell. I'll just give a little tidbit of information that I sent to the board in an email. Basically, as we take edits through the handbook, because the handbook is such a big, robust document, we need to take each option individually. And so in order to have those, I have to have them in front of the board. Obviously, I have to have them well before the board meeting so people can consider their options. In order to follow Robert's Rules of Order, we really need to move through each edit, and then we actually adopt the document as a whole. And so to better allow people time to get their edits to me, we are proposing that we postpone that, or Mrs. Coleman proposed that we postpone that. What will happen is all edits will be to me by end of business on, did you say the 8th? I will collate them with Mr. Hughes, and then I'll actually get them out to you prior to the board meeting. probably earlier than packet release so that you guys can kind of take a look at those and work through those. And then we wouldn't accept any more edits after that. We try to be very systematic in how we move forward, but just wanted to be transparent with the public.
Mrs. Glayback, can we make sure like any of these edits, because obviously I haven't seen the most recent ones, are these going to be ran by Thrun?
If they're needed, some of them might not be, it just depends.
Okay.
All right. I have a motion, and Mrs. Coleman, you might want to email your motion. I know you have it written out to Renee so that we don't have to, she doesn't have to feverishly write, but motion by Mrs. Coleman, support by Mrs. Blondeel. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, Mr. Gogolewski.
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw.
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman.
Yes.
Mr. Costa.
Yes.
Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that motion passes. Item 2B, new and revised policies.
I move that the Board of Education, upon recommendation of the superintendent and the assistant superintendent of personnel, approves the new and revised policies 1240, evaluation of the superintendent revised 6350, prevailing wage new 6520, payroll deductions revised, and 8800, religious patriotic ceremonies and observances revised as presented.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw, supported by Mr. Costa. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Gogolewski.
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw.
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman.
Yes.
Mr. Costa.
Yes.
Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that motion passes. Item 2C, food service equipment and kitchen upgrades.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent and chief financial officer, approves the food service equipment and kitchen upgrades as presented.
Motion by Mr. Costa, supported by Mrs. Coleman. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Gogolewski.
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw.
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman.
Yes.
Mr. Costa.
Yes.
Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel.
Yes.
Yes, that motion passes. Board Policy 4120, employment of support staff.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent and the director of community education, sets aside board policy and authorizes the employment of gymnastics coaches under the supervision of a family member.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, supported by Mr. Costa. I know I've spoken with a couple of you that had asked me. I personally have skin in the game on this one. I have a daughter that has been with Hartland Gymnastics for probably since she was 12 months old, so a little over 8 years. And, you know, I think that setting aside this policy to allow for the coaching to continue is instrumental, not only for our rec program, but also for actually our competitive programs. And if we weren't to set aside this policy, I think that it would crush our competitive teams, quite frankly. You know, the Gordon family is very invested in gymnastics. We've never had any conflicts of interest arise, and they challenge each other. They don't always agree on everything, but I think that it has gone tremendously well, and we are very impressed with their ability to maintain really strict business order, even amongst family.
Yeah. Megan, I'm kind of surprised this is even on. Isn't there just an easy way that we can just simply change the reporting structure in the org chart to where it wouldn't be a conflict? For example, like having the two coaches report to the same person that the director does, but also providing instruction to those coaches based on director input. I mean, just really simply just dialing it in there without making big waves.
Yeah, I think that normally, if this were to come up in a different, probably department, 100%, I feel what you're saying. I would have a problem with someone not necessarily knowledgeable in gymnastics evaluating people that are supposed to be coaching gymnastics. In a report.
But to kind of have that sort of coach by proxy, though, where the director could say, this is what needs to happen, and then the person gives those exact orders to the coaches. As not asking for that one individual's input, especially if they're not gymnastic related, but just to bypass the the conflicting flow of the way things are. That way they won't be out of, or they won't be out of compliance with the policy.
We got Brenda and Carol back here if we need to call upon them.
Yeah.
Brenda,
Yeah.
Carol?
I don't know that.
do you have any thoughts on what Glenn is saying? I think as they're making their way up, we've done this in the past. We hired a mechanic that was under Doug, his son, and did board policy, overrode board policy, and it worked out fine. Brenda's daughters, they've been coaching under her for a long time. The program's had a long, good history, good standing, and I would hate personally to see that, here we charge Brenda with running the program, but then we're going to have her assistant coaches, supervised by somebody else other than the person running the program, and this is why we brought it to you. So I think I'd hate to see that happen, and I think Brenda does a great job. So I don't know what else you want to add.
And I agree with that. I'm not a gymnastics expert.
Right.
I think, Brenda definitely is, and her daughters and all of her coaches are.
Well, in terms of reporting, I mean, just the things that maybe they would report to Brenda, just report to you, and just by proxy, you would just tell Brenda, and, to make it clean without a,
If it would be like a personnel issue or something, they could definitely come to me. But as far as
Yeah.
coaching skills,
Yeah.
I really don't have a knowledge of that.
well, no, and I'm not, Carol, I don't want you coaching anyone, no.
Thank
But no, just for some of those issues that do come up that require a certain organizational platform, like you're talking about personnel issues or whatever, it would go to you. But in the meantime, Brenda could still direct the other two coaches. And when it comes to matters of decision-making or personnel issues, it just goes through you first. That way, no one has to worry about, the potential conflict of.
Yeah, and Carol and I work well together, so if there was anything that I thought was going to be an issue, I always bring it to her attention too.
Yeah.
I guess if I could interject, I guess my concern is that if there's a workaround for the policy, then somebody could take advantage of that workaround when, in a different situation, and there would be maybe someone who's not qualified, but just because they're related, well, nobody will notice if I have them report to so-and-so on paper. You know what I mean? So I guess I don't know. I don't think it's that huge of a deal to have to make a vote, but I hear what you're saying.
I agree with you too. And I'm thinking that another option would be to simply make a simple little revision to the policy that either we could say something like any exceptions made are on a case-by-case instance and do not reflect any evidence of precedent, or should only affect those services that are not directly school-related or something like that. Because this is a community thing. It's not really part of our core school
So any
issues.
deviation from this policy needs to come to the board. So
Yeah.
I think your verbiage is well taken, and perhaps we can add that on a future board meeting if you want to just shoot that in an email. Because currently, any deviation from this process, this current policy has to come to us. And so inherently, I think we're able to kind of push back on that precedence, but if we want to add verbiage in there to allow for flexibility within that, 100%. But would love to still at least deal with item 2D today, and then maybe bring forward policy edits, if you're agreeable to that.
Yeah.
All right. Any additional discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I personally have not received any negative feedback whatsoever about the program, so that's a great thing. But I guess just as a member of the board, I do worry that we would sort of vote to violate a policy when our job up here is to set policies, and then we're kind of sending a mixed signal, I think, to everyone that we're setting aside the rules for some, and I think that potentially becomes an issue of consistency. So I guess I struggle with that, and I would more prefer an approach that Mr. Gogolewski offered, where we don't actually have to violate a policy. Again, I don't want to see anybody have to change jobs or anything that would affect the program, but I think we should find an alternative solution that adheres to our policies.
So I think let's still move forward with item 2D, and then we can bring back policy revisions.
Yeah.
Is there any additional discussion? Mr. Gogoleski?
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
No.
Mrs. Blondeel? Yes. I'm a yes, that motion passes. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Item 2E, building furniture purchases, 2020 bond.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Director of Operations, approves the furniture purchases for Village and Legacy as presented.
Support.
Ooh. Motion by Mrs. Shaw, support by Mr. Costa.
Can I don't think Matt's here. I thought there was another building. Renee, was it just the two buildings? Did we miss one? Rachel?
No, it does say Village and Round on here. It just, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's lumped together. The Village and Round purchase are lumped together.
So I think the motion needs to include round, though.
I don't know that it necessarily needs to have that word in there, as long as it's referring to this
Okay.
dollar
All right.
amount or memo. I think we should be clear.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Gogoleski?
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That motion passes. Item 2F, 23-24 budget amendments. Thank you, Rachel.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Chief Financial Officer, approves the 2023-24 budget amendments as presented.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, supported by Mrs. Shaw. Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Gogoleski?
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
Not my yes, that motion passes. Item 2G, General Appropriations Act Resolution for the 24-25 budget.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Chief Financial Officer, approves the General Appropriations Act Resolution 2024-2025 as presented.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw, supported by Mrs. Coleman. Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Gogoleski?
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
Renee's keeping you out of it.
Renee, you're keeping me on my toes here. Item 3A, revised policy number 1241, non-reemployment of the superintendent for discussion. Mr. Keller, do you want to bring that one forward?
Sure, thanks. Just wanted to bring this potential policy in front of the board. The basis for this policy is from the actual state statute for the state superintendent position. And I think some of the changes that don't currently exist today would include an inability, to sign a contract with the superintendent within 6 months of an election where we're potentially seating new board members, or 2 months after an election. And I think the other main point to note is that there's a difference in the length of contract. Currently, a local superintendent would be eligible for up to a 5-year contract. And with the state superintendent, that would only be 3 years. So again, kind of aligning it with what we do at the state level, as well as what we currently do today. Anytime we're considering our administrative team, we look at a 3-year contract for them. So this kind of aligns both the superintendent and his administrative team into one, I'll call it contract sequence or series. So I don't know if you have any other questions, but again, the language is highlighted in green. There was some, additional wording that I didn't recognize. I think maybe Megan, I don't know if that's something you added about that applies to the state superintendent in the parentheses there, sort of to capture it off. So I'm assuming that piece of it would be removed if it were adopted. But otherwise, I think everything else is laid out.
I would ask that other members on the board reach out directly to Mr. Keller if you have questions specific to this before the next board meeting, or, happy to try to pinch hit and answer any questions, but I think he would probably be most, from an intention standpoint.
I would just have to say, just having the brief time to look at it, it would concern me that we would lock into something that is not intended for a local superintendent. And again, not that our neighbors to our south are the perfect community, but if you look at what Brighton just did, they just offered their superintendent a 5-year contract because I think they feel that they recognize they want stability. And I think limiting whoever is sitting here to 3 years would be a mistake. So I think there's a difference between the local superintendent and the state one. But again, I'm going to do some research and look around, so.
Sounds good. Item 4A, future meetings. July 22nd, 2024 is right here for a future meeting. Item 4B, any informational items? Does anyone have any? All right. Item 5, closed session, superintendent evaluation discussion.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the request of the superintendent and the recommendation of the board president, enters into closed session to discuss the superintendent evaluation.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, supported by Mr. Costa. Real quick, just want to address this. Obviously, the board got a board brief from me after the last board meeting where there was a consensus amongst MASB and our local council. In regards to the last board meeting, we did have to modify our process slightly, which MASB is very aware of, and which we've done. And so we will obviously be finalizing this evaluation rating today. We will be shutting down the Zoom, and we will be asking folks to leave. And then because Mr. Usher has been so kind to actually stay so that he can resume the Zoom when we come back. And so we're going to ask everyone to exit this room, and then he would have all of his technical goodies over there. I'm not sure what to call them. And then we would come back after our closed session with our moderator. So just want to give everyone the heads up.
Megan, they're free to sit out on the benches and outside of this room if they choose to. That's okay. The building will be open.
Awesome. But we will ensure that in the recording for that gets posted, we will have that second piece of our meeting as well. So motion by Mrs. Coleman, support by Mr. Costa. Any further discussion on this motion?
Just real quick, Megan, thanks for the clarification from the legal team. I guess for me personally, I'm, someone who voted against the closed session last month. I think for me personally, this particular vote is, a clear eligibility for the superintendent, and, as I would for any other employee, I think it's certainly reasonable to honor the request that Mr. Hughes has made, and so I encourage the rest of the board to also vote in favor of the closed session.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Gogolewski?
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mrs. Bondiel?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That motion passes. Please note, no one from the public is welcome to follow us to closed session. It'll just be the board.
We're going to go to the conference room in the front office. Okay?
Is there enough room?
All right. So we are now back.
We are now back.
Closed session with a unanimous vote to come out of closed session into open session to facilitate the rest of this process.
Yep. So we're now going to, I'm going to go through the scores for each of the areas, and then we'll go through the score for growth and the score for progress towards goals. So in the area of governance and board relations, a category score of 3.41, a bunch of 6s and a 7. Community relations, 3.1, a bunch of 6s and a 7. Staff relations, 3.4285711429. Business and finance, a 3.9. Instructional leadership, a 3.65. That is an overall score of 3.5476190048, an adjusted score of 89%, and that is for the areas A through E. In the area of student growth, highly effective, a 4. In the area of progress toward district-wide goals, highly effective, 4. That results in an overall total score of 3.7738095524, a total adjusted score of 94%, which falls within the rating of highly effective. So as I said, I will provide you with a copy of this spreadsheet for your records, along with some additional notes, some things that I noted as we went through the process. I want to remind you all that we have our Summer Institute coming up in Gaylord in August, and would love to see you up there in August. We have our Fall Institute happening in Lansing this year, so love to see you come up to Lansing for Fall Institute. And any training or anything along the way that you think would be helpful, please feel free to reach out. We'd be more than happy to help you out with that as well. With that, I turn it over to the board president.
Absolutely. I do want to thank the board for your involvement in this process and your detailed involvement in this process. You know, it was really nice to see that we could come to consensus on some things and really hear each other out and ensure that we understood where everything was, you know, where each of us had scored our superintendent. And I appreciate Jay facilitating this for us as our first time. I think we've all learned a lot. And it was very insightful to have someone to walk us through the process, so thank you. And with that, after facilitating this closed session, I move that the Board of Education adopts a highly effective rating for Superintendent Hughes for the 23-24 evaluation period.
Support.
Motion by me, Mrs. Glaybach, supported by Mrs. Coleman. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Gogolewski.
I abstain. I do, because I don't think that.
Your mic?
Oh, your mic.
For our seller crowd here. I don't think I can just fully agree with that and walk away yet. I don't want to be antagonistic or anything like that. I just can't agree with it, so.
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
No.
Mrs. Blondeel?
I do want to preface this by saying that it is above what I scored, Mr. Hughes. I think he is effective, but highly effective, I'm not sure. But I feel like I need to vote yes because we need to close the superintendent evaluation. And I can't affect the score anymore.
And I'm a yes. That motion passes. Item, is that 6? Board meeting adjourned at 10:28 p.m. I'm very proud of everyone for a 10:28 p.m. adjournment.